Okay, it looks like the ads are actually done now. Thanks for your patience.
Hello.
Hello, hello. We're back. It has been a minute since we did a daily run. I did skip that last week. It's been ages.
Yeah.
I have lost all sense of time. Last week, we skipped the daily run that we normally do on Tuesdays in favor of doing a early modded run. But I see the stream fine on my end, Flip Bob, at least as far as the
Me too.
Preview and Stream Manager. Maybe try refreshing the page. Howdy, Crazy Kane. Hope you're doing well. We do Cobalt Core around here. It is a wonderful little game. But let's check out the daily run. It looks like we've got another shuffler going on here.
Oh.
Which I want to say our last run 2 weeks ago was a shuffler as well. The crew is Cat, Dizzy, and Peri. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for Peri.
Artemis.
What's that?
On the Artemis.
On the Artemis, yep. So pretty straightforward ship-wise. We start with a boss artifact. I'm curious what that'll be. No skips, though. No skip runs are always a time. The deck kind of just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, hey, Shiny. Yeah, as far as what goes on here on the channel, I mean, these days I mainly stream Cobalt Core a couple times a week, but I do usually once or twice a week have other streams, just variety games. I tend to keep things here relatively chill, low sensory, no alerts, the kind of stream that I would want to watch, so I don't do, too much in the way of fun, soundboard things or crazy channel point rewards like you might see over on Air's channel. Not that that stuff isn't fun, it's just not quite the same vibe here. But oh, it's glass cannon. Okay. That will help with the no skips insofar as having the energy to get through things. But yeah, my co-commentator, who has just gotten up to use the bathroom, of course, is Tormod, and he usually sits along and yaps with me as we go through whatever game it is we're playing. Yeah, going for discard when played is a decent strategy, all things considered. I assume you're talking about exhaustible cards. But yeah, we have gaining a common artifact, upgrading a card, or getting a random rare. I don't think the cards are going to help as much given that it's no skip, so I think the artifact is a no-brainer here. Hopefully it's useful. Oh, thank you for the redeem, Ash. Busy start of stream this week. You beat Flip-Bop to the VIP there. What did I bump it from last time? I think 17. I started it at 17, yeah.
Very important pitch.
Fair enough. Let me just take care of that really quick and then we can kick off this run. Thanks for your patience there. We should be all set on that. Yeah, there's a good number of infinites available in Cobalt Core. Generally is worth going for them some of the time with dailies, sometimes not. Daily runs, the scoring definitely impacts your decisions there. Said we were going to go for the artifact. Oh, fracture detection. Okay, that'll make things interesting.
Yeah.
That could be very good for us in terms of points, assuming we get good luck with it. Looks like we got an Isaac EXE and a Books EXE. Books is excellent. Always good value. Isaac could be interesting. Mid-row can be pretty useful for blocking if nothing else. See what Isaac has, just since I don't have too much else to do this turn. I guess a shield drone wouldn't hurt. Not gonna help me too much here, but it's not a downside by any means. Have the movement to do anything useful with lunge there. Hopefully Books has an attack for me. Not Bloodstone though. That's my fault for not specifying, I suppose. I'll take Polished Crystal since that won't take up space in the deck, and it lets me get to multi-shot faster. Oh, that's very helpful. Okay.
Oh yeah.
We can just tank that 3, no problem. And we're good.
Love it.
So the key with daily runs is the fewer turns you take in each combat, the more points you gain. But you also lose 3 points for every point of hull damage you lose during combat. So I passed up Bloodstone Bolt earlier, for example, because even though that would have been me inflicting the damage on myself, it would still lose me those 3 points. Let's see, we got Dizzy, Temporal Anomaly, Multi-Stun. Temporal's pretty good for damage. And we do still have plenty of basics to get Cat back after playing it. So I think I'll go that route, especially since we have extra energy here. Multi-Stun wouldn't be the worst either, but big damage is going to finish fights faster here. And it looks like as far as routing, we could get all combats plus 1 elite if we go south. Or down, I should say, and we can get 2 elites if we go up, but we have 3 non-combat tiles in doing so. So it's actually still better points-wise to go down here, I think. The only real question mark in that is, you know, there's a lot of potential going up. We get 2 extra repair yards plus an extra artifact. That could make up the difference over the course of the run. The event is not a fight, yeah. Yeah, so like just in terms of raw points potential, going down in one route or another is going to be more points.
Well, do you have anything that is a standout upgrade?
This early on, not really. Like multi-shot is always good to upgrade, but
upgrading Books though.
I mean, really the question is, will the extra repair yard and the extra artifact be enough to make up 25 points over the course of, I mean, probably like 23, but like, you know, 20-ish points over the course of the run.
With it being so early, having almost any artifact will probably reduce your turn count.
I guess. It does also mean I take fewer card rewards in Zone 1. So in terms of the no-skip penalty, like that would be a little better. I would only take 1, 2, 3, 4, as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that does save me 2 cards in the deck as well. Yeah.
I kinda like it.
Oh, we usually wait till at least Zone 2 to fight Cleo. We do generally want to fight Cleo on daily runs because it is worth extra points. But there's no real benefit to doing it in Zone 1, especially since we started with a boss artifact that gives us extra energy already. I'd rather keep the opportunity to upgrade or remove cards as we go through. Speaking of which, we found Grandma.
I love Grandma.
So, given no skip, I don't think a random rare is a good idea here.
No.
I say probably removing basic block is going to be our best value.
Yes.
Yeah.
I concur.
We have Shield Surge and Block Shot in the deck, so
Yeah.
don't really need that much, and it's just not a great value card.
Nope. Not without upgrading it. Not worth upgrading it.
Yeah. So here we could remove another basic shot, or we could go for an upgrade. I'm kind of thinking maybe we just go for multi-shot A, keep it simple, lots of attack. But, you know, there are other decent options here. I don't really think the EXEs are worth upgrading. Temporal Anomaly A is a decent bit of extra damage.
Ah. You have a redeem.
Oh boy, 2 in 1 stream. All right, this is just everybody's just
Pissing off the bird. Let's go.
yeah, beating flip-flop to the punch. Well, before I take care of that, I should probably actually decide what I'm doing here. Angry Bird.
Okay, just being real though, like, all of the Dangers emotes are just good. They're purple, avian related. They're good. They're so good.
Yeah. Yeah, Temporal's probably the best value right now. I don't think I really need to go for Temporal B, but Temporal A is solid. Being able to whack out 7 damage early on is definitely going to help, especially if I can find Brittle, yeah.
Totally.
So before we start this elite, let me just go ahead and do that thing with the thing. I will automate this at some point, but it is not something I've gotten around to yet. Anyway, we're done with that. Let's go on to that elite. Oh, it's Spike. Alright. I think we know where that brittle point is, and he seems to have just lined it up directly, so that's handy.
Hey, look at that.
Thanks, buddy.
Anomalous brittle spot. Let's go.
Does kind of make me wish I had gone with like multi-shot B or something, because that would be lovely, but this is still just fine. Oh, you know what? Shoot. If I had done things in a different order, I would have had lethal turn 1. Oops. I should have basic shot first. Crap. This is modded. I do not, or this is not modded. I do not have undos, so I guess I'll lose a point for that mistake. But unless I want to gamble on books having glimmer shot or something, I guess that could work.
Why the heck not?
Yeah, we'll take a risk. No
Well?
such luck, but mage hand will work.
Yeah.
Thank you, books.
Wonderful.
Okay.
I'm always happy to see Overpower.
Overpower's pretty great, yeah.
Overpower A!
Max EXE could be interesting, but I think Overpower's solid. Oh, Daka Drum. Oh, these are all pretty good, huh. I think Daka or Stun is probably the better choice.
I personally... Shit.
We're gonna get a lot of damage out of Temporal Anomaly here, so I don't think the damage from Daka Drum is quite as important right now.
Yeah,
I love
was
the
kinda,
defensive potential of Stun Calibrator, but
Yeah, so...
Daka Drum is really nice though, just for getting you all that extra damage, especially if you are using Overdrive, since those chip shots are also buffed by that. Either one of these would be great.
I think that Stun Calibrator is the play.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was leaning.
Yeah.
It feels bad to pass up Daka Drum, but yeah. Stun Calibrator is like maybe
so
like
good.
top 3 common artifacts
Yeah.
in terms of like, honestly we've already got like 3 of the best common artifacts between Fracture Detection, Stun Calibrator, and Glass Cannon. Like, we're doing real well here. Yeah, you never know. Artifacts do come back often enough. Not seeing any signs of the brittle spot on this one. I don't think Stinger normally has any, like, tells for that, so...
Alright, well, let's go right to left.
We don't need to move at all here, I don't think, so let's just... I mean, I can just stay put and blast the crap out of him and already be able to get it in 2 turns.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Do it up.
I suppose I could use my evade to move left 1, just to be able to test these 2. Since I'll have the block either way. Yeah, those avatars are courtesy of Quetzal Dog. I believe there's a link in the description.
Sure
yeah, I should have links below my stream as far as the artist, but they also did the layout and whatnot for my channel. Very talented little critter. Oh, well,
Hey.
okay, I guess we don't need to move at all.
Perfect. Right to left indeed.
That was easy. Okay.
I love that. I love that so much.
When talking about what you're going to do on your turn takes longer than the entire combat,
Well, you know.
you love to see it. Converter could be good.
Converter is the best choice here, because you have Stun Calibrator already, so Stun Shot's not as useful as I'd probably be like,
Yeah. I don't have a lot of sources of block right now, but I also don't have a lot of sources of evade, and I'll probably get more sources of block as time goes on. Plus, Books and Isaac both somewhat frequently give you sources of shield.
we're gonna... I think Converter is a good choice here. We might see Big Shield soon.
Yeah. Wouldn't hurt. Evade is good.
Yeah. There it is again.
There it is, Daka Drum, yep. Your Calibrator's not bad either, but yeah, I think the extra damage here is good. Oh, hey, speaking of Quetzaldog.
Yeah, we summoned it.
Warp. No reason to go to that second repair yard, so we'll just keep on trucking. Ah, drones time. Yeah, definitely wishing I had Piercer here.
Yeah. Yeah, we were... Well, Vlad was just talking about the art on the channel. Now I'm wondering if I mentioned Pretzel Dog, if I'll magically get some like, mustard.
Yeah. I think I'm actually gonna play Converter here just to grab an evade. Okay, glad I grabbed the evade, but it definitely was not enough. Really use lunge or something, but it doesn't look like I'll be able to get over there at all this turn. So, we get Cat back, we get some shield, we grab Overpower for next turn, and we hope for the best. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I think we double down on Peri here.
Sure. I love it.
Momentum's not going to help a ton because the deck is just going to keep getting bigger. Dizzy EXEs are kind of unreliable.
Peri.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ah, it's Drake.
Hello, Drake. Bye, Drake, hopefully. Okay, really though? Like, if you do find the right spot and play Temporal Anomaly, that's a one-shot kill. Because that's 14.
Oh, yeah, you know, that is a fair point.
Let's go.
And Drake only has 4 spots, so...
I vote...
Well, I say we lunge. Just go straight for the open one, and then if that's not it, I can move one left and...
Yeah, sure. I was gonna say left cannon. Let's go. Or middle cannon, I guess.
Nope.
Not that.
Okay, no such luck. Well, there are asteroids in the way. I guess I could go for the EXE, see if it gives me an attack,
Yeah,
and then use
zero
that to
cost
clear an
attack
asteroid.
would probably be useful, and then we can hit the cockpit.
Yeah. Gives me one more chance at it. We got Flux and
Well-
Overpower. That doesn't help.
I mean, cheap overpower, I guess?
Yeah, but it really wouldn't make sense for me to waste the opportunity to do 7 damage here, so...
Yeah. True. Peri, I love you. Try the right.
Well, I wouldn't have the evade. I guess I would have enough. If I play Block Shot and Shield Surge, I could tank that 4 damage attack. Just
I mean,
barely.
like, you're still gonna be doing 3 damage anyway, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll move over, we'll give it a try. Okay. But one of these left too is the brittle spot.
And that's unfortunate. Okay, it's done.
Yeah. I mean, I could play Basic Shot to get Cat back and then play Books and see if I get like a Zircon Zip or something, but
Well, you're
That
not gonna be
doesn't-
able to. Done that.
seem worth it. Well, the Basic Shot wouldn't use up the stun charge because it would do nothing. It would just bring
Oh, you're
Cat
right.
back.
Yeah. Ah. I love it.
The problem with that is that if I didn't get an Evader movement card out of Books, I would have to play Shield Surge instead of Multi-Shot there.
Sure.
So it's probably better to just do the known good thing.
Okay. Like the heat.
Yeah. It's just one, it's no biggie.
Well, GG.
No, because I can't actually
Oh, I
aim
thought
it.
we had...
My cannon is not pointing at them, and
Oh,
I have no evade.
Isaac probably converter temporal.
Nothing useful there.
Oh, heck.
Well, that really sucks. I'm like half tempted to restart that fight because that absolutely did not need to result in me taking damage, but oh well. That's not how we roll here. It's too bad I didn't grab Recalibrator earlier, but I think Dakadrum was still a decent pick.
I think so too.
Well, there goes 6 points. We can at least bubble field all the asteroids for fun and profit, question mark? I guess I should have gone for that risky move last turn though, because if I had stunned that 4 damage attack instead of tanking it, I would still have 2 shield here that I could convert. I wasn't thinking about that as part of the pros and cons for that decision. Oh well, what can you do? Chipshot helped me not at all that fight. Hey, we got our Peri though. The Riggs EXE is tempting, but I think we need to go for Peri. No guarantees that we'll actually draw it when we need it later, but at least having it in the deck is good. Photon Condenser isn't bad. We only have the 1 dizzy attack right now, but it still helps. Standby mode, I don't know how often we'd use it. It is helpful, but we already... And we have extra energy, but we don't have really any sources of card draw in the deck. So, like, if there is a turn where I somehow don't use all my energy, and I get extra energy the turn after that, I may not even be able to use it. I think Photon Condenser is going to be more useful over the course of the run, because with no skip I can at least, you know, if I see another block shot or something, it's a little more valuable at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Or if we end up with a Dizzy EXE. Yeah, definitely seems like evasion is kind of a limitation with this run. Blockshot A could be an interesting option. Temp Shield is useful to have, but I do need more sources of actual shield if I want Converter to be consistently useful.
Plus, gives you 1 more damage.
Right. Otherwise, maybe Basic Dodge B, that would be a little bit risky, because it would remove my only, like, permanent and sustainable source of dodge, but it would kind of get the card out of the deck, and it would give me more block up front for no cost.
One of the converter upgrades gives you ability 1.
Converter B removes the shields going away. Converter A just reduces the cost. The Converter B costs 3, which is really expensive.
Yeah, no, for whatever reason I'm probably conflating that with a different card.
That's fine. Probably Inverter.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think Blockshot might be our better value option here. Lunge could also be useful, yeah. Lunge A is nice for mobility. I'm kind of thinking either Blockshot or Basic Dodge.
I think Blockshot. Blockshot A.
Yeah. It's pretty good value at this point.
Alright, big crystal.
Standard crystal. No alternate boss for us here. We are all ahing. I too am ahing. I don't know. I mean, I find this to be the more challenging of the two versions of this boss, but... We have 4 damage incoming right off the bat, so that's not great. Would kind of incentivize me to move right, but I think I might actually move left here and then block. Because over the course of the fight, I kind of want to get to the left since my cannon is toward the right side of the ship. Although I do have both weak spots there, which does kind of suck, but... Sure, fat-hoing. But yeah, I have... Between Shield Surge and Block Shot, I can get another 3 block, so... I think we're okay here. I'm gonna go left. It's a little counterintuitive, but hopefully pays off in the long term. Escalade is nice. Some free damage in. Oh, see, I feel the opposite. I think the alt boss is easier for me, personally, compared to the original here.
Yeah, I mean, with the alt boss, you can just get rid of ship parts. Cancel intents. There are more gaps. I don't know.
Well, for me at least, the alt boss is easier because it's more predictable.
That too.
Like, with this version of the bosses, the attacks are like semi-random. I don't know, you know, I can't kind of plan ahead as to what I'm doing turn over turn.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
That's another Yote emote.
Now the, what was it? The alt boss for rigs, I think, is also, like, in some ways easier just because the attacks are more concentrated and easier to dodge, but it's also kind of punishes if you don't have high enough mobility to deal with the punches. Anyways, what are we doing here? I should actually be looking at
Killing it.
what's going on. I don't have any other sources of block, and I'm not looking great. Lunge would get me to where I'm just taking 2, and if I move 1 more right past that, I'll be able to block that last 1. It's not my favorite to move back to the right, but that might be the thing to do. Alternately, if I just move 1 to the left and attack twice, I'll stun. So actually that would work fine if I just don't play lunge. It's too bad I don't have the energy to play overpower and attack twice though. I think that might still be the play, just move left 1, basic shot, temporal anomaly, and then just not use the extra energy. Alternately, I could overpower... Oh wait, yeah, no, I can use... No, I can't, because I've got basic shot. What am I saying? Oh yeah, that's true. I would be 1 more for Daka. Well, the reason I wouldn't do that is because I'd be stunning this one, not this one. So if I lunged at that point, it would be putting me back into 1, 2. Yeah, that would be hitting my weak spot, so I wouldn't be able to block damage at that point. If I overpower lunge basic shot, I do 6 damage. If I just move left basic shot temporal anomaly, I do 8. So damage wise, it's also better. Although I suppose I could just play all my attacks and not play overpower and do 9 damage, but you know. But yeah, I think it's early enough in the fight. I want to keep trying to position myself further left so less of my ship is exposed in the first place. And of course we end up in an even worse position. Time to hope for something good out of books, I guess. Or Isaac, or both. The one time I don't want to attack.
Yeah. Zircon, where are you?
Yeah. I guess Glimmer Shot is probably the best value here, but
Sure. Yeah.
Isaac,
Have you shot
Isaac,
that spot?
Isaac, please.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, a shield. Yeah, like a shield drone would be good here, even though it wouldn't be enough.
Rock Factory would be pretty okay.
Yeah, or shift shot. Scatter shot, that's the one I was thinking of. Okay, so scatter shot would move them 2 to the right, me 2 to the left. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. I would still get hit for 3. Alternately, if I just put out the boulder, I would get hit for 3. So either way, I get hit for 3. I guess scatter shot's better between the two because it at least gets me to the left.
And it
Deals
does the
damage.
But it also causes 1 enemy. So
Yeah.
for one that you would rather.
What?
Is there anything else that's 1 cost that you would rather play?
I mean, there's multi-shot. I suppose multi-shot would do more damage than scatter shot, but the
Yeah.
movement from scatter shot is pretty useful.
That's also fair.
Kinda sucks that I gotta take damage regardless here. Wait, no, I haven't used stun calibrator. 1, 2, 3, 4. Crap. It would move me just a little bit too far, so I wouldn't be able to stun. Because otherwise I could stun with Glimmer Shot, but I don't have that evade. Oh, that's frustrating. I think Scatter Shot's still the play here.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm gonna take a lot of damage that I probably could have avoided if I had moved differently in the first couple turns. I was too insistent on getting left at all costs instead of just playing whatever was the best turn by turn. It was a gamble and it did not pay off. Ouch. Hold on to your butts indeed. I think we can get more damage out of Overpower and our smaller attacks than we can out of Peri here, so... So far we've taken, that was another 3 hull damage, like 5 hull, 15 points. Not great coming out of zone 1 with 5 points of hull damage, but hopefully that's it for the rest of the run. We got Shield Gun, Endless Magazine, and Table Flip. Shield Gun is only really useful when you tend to be carrying a lot of shield, which we haven't been doing so far. However, Photon Condenser does mean that that will be 1 more damage. So even if I had no shield, it would still be 1 damage. Table Flip adds flippable to all cards that could be flippable, which I think is only Lunge at this point. Potentially some cards from EXEs, but for now only Lunge. Endless Magazine just gets us more chip shots, which is nice. I think it's really between these two.
Personally, I think building toward Dizzy cards is probably good.
Maybe.
Because, like, if we...
I don't think it's super compatible with using Converter, and I'm still not even able to use Converter all that effectively yet.
Yeah, you're right. I'm really hoping that we'll actually get some good block cards eventually, but
yeah,
even if we do, we're not likely to take them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Magazine goes well with Daka here. Yeah, I think it's right away pretty good value. Oh, speaking of Dizzy, though. Oh, we got Summon Control. Interesting. We haven't taken a Wave Beam. Otherwise, Summon Control would make a lot of sense here. I think we did have an option for one, so you could probably do a Piercing build with this seed. Prototype 22 honestly might not be the worst here, because we're not gaining enough shield to where I would be too worried of hitting the limit with that. Shield Burst would also be decent for preserving our shield. But I think Prototype 22 might be a little bit better there.
That's gonna play well into for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that.
Summon Control, though, I mean, that could get really interesting depending.
Do you want an even larger deck?
Well, so like, with even stuff like there's not much in my base deck other than the EXEs that would run into, but with Books EXE, there's a lot of good, interesting cards you can get from that, like even just getting Crystal Shards.
Yeah.
It lets you keep them. Yeah, big deck for sure. But yeah, I think Prototype 22 is going to be more consistently useful here. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Crazy Kane. I hope you rest well.
Have a good night. Yeah, I think Prototype 22 is a good choice.
We'll see how it pans out. Is it a bad sleep schedule, or is it just a different sleep schedule? You don't have to conform to other people's norms for that. Oh, Shift Shot might actually help here. Yeah, Shift Shot and Lunge combined will make it so that I can actually not take damage.
Cool.
So I've got 3 energy left. If I'm planning to play Shift Shot and Lunge anyways, I should just go for Converter now and get the evade. Probably better value than the single damage from Basic Shot. Wasted Chip Shot. Oh well.
Hello, Saul.
I go to bed past 2 a.m. most nights. The world is currently letting me get away with it only because I am unemployed. But I am looking for jobs that, you know, will at least allow me to not have to wake up too early. Not that I can afford to be crazy picky right now, but We have plenty of evade, so I can get out of the way of this if I need to. I'm thinking we play the books and the Peri EXEs, and maybe overpower if we get good attacks to use with it. Mage Hand is decent damage. I do like that. And Escalate. Well, maybe we just bank a bunch of Overdrive. Although Feint would get me out of the way here too, but I think we gotta risk it for the biscuit. Plus chip shots. There we go, okay. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of, like, night shift where you're starting work after sunset and ending before sunset. Have done that in the past, but it's not my favorite. I'm more of a second shifter, if I could pick my ideal work schedule at least.
Yeah, that's my vibe.
Starting work in the afternoon and ending work in, like, early to mid-evening, and then going home and being awake for several more hours and going to sleep at like 4 or 5 in the morning is pretty ideal for me.
Relatable.
I should have just enough block here if I play block shot, so I'm just gonna not worry about dodging that, I think. Endless Magazine only gives me chip shots at the start of the turn, so I think we'll get better value here just by going full aggro. Do I actually have lethal? I do. Neat. Here I am overthinking things as usual.
I was too invested in chat.
Yeah, it's fine. Pulse Barrier wouldn't hurt. I don't know if I use EXEs enough for Quick Fix to be super great. It's not bad, but I think we go Pulse Barrier.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we have another route with 2 elites that gives us an extra repair yard. But this time there's no other downside to taking it, so it's still better than taking the single elite route that's all combats. Same amount of points, but we get an extra artifact. Sounds good to me. Oh, it's Snoot.
Hi, Snoot. Your cockpit is looking wonderfully
Riddle?
questionable.
Yeah. However, that center cannon on the shuffle is a little unfortunate for that. I guess I have a basic dodge here, so I could move back over after attacking.
Yeah.
Peri would get me 8 damage, which isn't bad for 3 cost.
Good bullet glimmer shot if you're lucky. 8 damage.
If I'm lucky, yeah. It is first turn, so Endless Magazine is pretty good value, so maybe I do book EXE and see what we get.
Yeah. As well. We got Zircon.
Zircon and Avid Reader. I'm not going to be able to proc Avid Reader this turn, I don't think. I played 1 card. 2, 3.
Oh, will you get a chip shot?
No.
No, okay. Sorry, it's everything.
Yeah, so Zircon is probably our best bet here. The problem is I don't actually really want to play it because I've got weak spots on either side of the attack. I guess I could play Zircon Zip to move right, and then play Peri like I talked about. And then just move one more to get out of the way.
Sure.
But that would mean not getting Endless Magazine, which might be more useful.
I think the fight's going to be over in probably 2 or 3 turns anyway.
Yeah, I mean 8 damage is almost half of its hull. Okay, so we Zircon, we Peri. Scoot further out of the way. Of course, now that brittle spot is way over there, and we still don't have a great way of dealing with the damage to do that. Also still short some blocks, so I guess we'll go for Isaac here. Shield drone does help.
Oh.
So I think I move over one and I drop that shield drone.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm gonna wait to do that because if I do attack twice here, I'll be able to stun the missile. That's not really what I was hoping for. Granted, Lunge would get rid of the missile, but then I'd only be able to do 2 basic shots for 4, so it doesn't seem all that worth it. Well, okay, if I lunge into the missile, destroy it, do my 2 basic shots for 4 damage, and then use one of my evade to move one back to the left. I could drop a shield drone which would block the 2 damage attack and give me 1 shield, but I'd still be in for 3 damage from that, so I would still need to spend my last evade to move that attack off of the weak spot. Alternatively, if I just stay where I'm at, I can basic shot for 2 damage, or I can just overpower and attack next turn. I don't love leaving myself without any defensive options next turn, even if it does get him down to 8 health. Granted, I don't think I've seen Temporal Anomaly yet.
Likely draw it next turn.
Yeah.
And if you're lined up with the brittle spot.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we do the risky maneuver.
Try it.
For the extra damage. The lunge. Oh right, we get chip shots. That does help as well. Oh wait, I can just completely block all damage here because I have Stun Calibrator if I'm using my 2 evade anyways.
Yeah, sure. Kind of forgot. Alright.
I'd say that works out well.
There it is. GG. Well played.
Alrighty. Another Books EXE seems pretty worth.
I agree.
Dizzy wouldn't be the worst either since we do have Photon Condenser now.
Yeah.
But Books EXE is usually really good value.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we are just about at the 1 hour mark, so we do have another ad break coming up here. Or I guess not another, our first ad break of the evening coming up here. So we're gonna get up, stretch, get some water, do all of that good stuff. I would encourage you all to do the same, and we'll see you back here in just 3 or 4 minutes.
Woohoo.
Cleo mod almost done, that's exciting. I am curious to give that one a try. Replacing all fights with Cleo sounds very brutal. That's like one of those 1 in 1,000 runs will be viable kind of things.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we were going for 2 elites route, so we want to go down here. Stardog. A little bit of solar wind. Got temporal anomaly off the bat. We got endless magazine. We got a Peri EXE. I think endless magazine will be especially useful here. So we should probably actually play that for like probably the first time, I think.
Hooray! It was, yeah.
Yeah, I think we do that in temporal, and then just move to the left to reduce the damage.
So yep.
I guess we could stay put and tank it, but if we move to the left, that'll get us further from those missiles as well.
I think that's smart.
That is not the brittle spot. Probably won't find it this combat, but that should be fine. Thanks to that solar wind, those missiles are now entirely out of the way. I do like that. And seeing as we're not about to take any damage, this is a good opportunity for Pulse Barrier Converter if I want to just get a bunch of evade.
Yes.
I think, sorry Cat, we're not going to bother bringing you back right now. Just go for the damage with the chip shot and that overdrive for next turn. Yeah, that was the right choice.
Yes.
Chip shot's good.
B. And a drag, huh? But a wave charge, huh?
Drake EXE is kinda inconsistent.
It is.
I do like Feint for movement purposes.
Yeah. Does that upgrade to be flippable?
We have been kinda iffy on defensive options.
Good.
Wave charge is good in terms of, like, if you have a smaller deck or summon control or other piercing attacks. But since we have none of those things, it's kind of just a 2 damage, 2 cost attack, which isn't the greatest. I mean, I guess right now we have absolutely no piercing, so it would at least give me some piercing in the deck, but I don't know how much that really matters when we otherwise don't have any piercing and have a decently large deck.
Yeah.
I think we go for Feint here.
Sure.
It'll be more consistently useful than Drake. Okay, we've finally come to an inflection point. Chat, how are we feeling? Is this an up or a down? We have 2 possible combats. Down. Down we go.
Hello, Ratso. We're gonna find the brittle spot anyway, so like...
Yeah, and he's got 2, so like, yeah.
Yeah. guess we're both normally spots.
No, normally
they're
only
not. I'm
the
sorry.
shield is armored. But it is one of these three, unless it just double brittled the cockpit, but I don't know if it can do that.
It does?
Oh, the upfight is Dahlia. Yeah, Dahlia is tricky.
Dahlia.
We got a mostly normal Artemis layout, though. That's kind of funny. Only the cannon and the missile bay are swapped.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Nothing to be gained from playing Peri here, so I guess we just play everything else and see how it goes. Swizzle shift isn't flippable, and I don't want to move left right now. So I guess I'll just take mining drill.
Yeah, why not?
Mineral deposit is flippable, but the geodes would be more useful at the sides than they would be in the middle.
Yeah.
I'll take mining drill. An attack's an attack, I guess. Check this spot. That is also not brittle.
Right.
So, right missile bay, cockpit ought to be the two brittle. And of course he's going to keep fleeing to the right. We do have converter here, but there's also an inconvenient 3 damage attack and big missile. If I have the evade, I could potentially stun and or blow up the missile. It still doesn't solve for both of them though. I guess I can see if Isaac gives me something mid-row that I can use to block this 3, and then I could just move over and destroy the missile with the basic shot. He did not. That is unhelpful.
We have solar breeze though. Just move the missile.
That would only move it to 1 though. I guess if I move the missile and then I myself move only 1 to the right, then I would be lined up to attack without the missile hitting me, but I would still be lined up to take 3 damage from that cannon blast.
At least you'd have the
Yeah, I would need evade to be able to even do that
Oh
though.
yeah, I just realized.
Which books might give me, but also might not.
I mean, you could just scatter shot and not worry about it, I guess, or swift shot.
So shift shot moves Ratso 2 to the left, but I would need to hit still, so I would still need the evade for it. I would have to move 1 to the right and then play it, so I would still be in range of the missile.
Yeah, I did. Cool. My bad.
So I think Solar Breeze is still a little bit more useful, maybe? I don't think either of these help a lot here.
Yeah, solar breeze is better. Plus, we'll see what
This doesn't help a ton either. I guess Sapphire Shield would let me get 1 shield back after playing Converter, but that's not really useful. And Swizzle Shift moves me the wrong direction. I mean, it moves me far enough to avoid taking damage, but it doesn't otherwise help. Yeah, I mean, Swizzle Converter would at least leave me with plenty of evade for next turn. I was just hoping to be able to do some damage on this turn. It doesn't seem like that's gonna work out, so. We can play Solar Breeze because we might as well just to see what it draws.
Sure.
Okay, there's Overpower. That could be a decent way to use the last 2 energy. Either way, I'm gonna Swizzle because I'm not gonna attack here. So it's just a question at this point of would I rather have 1 overdrive next turn or 4 evade and no shield next turn. I think the evades is going to help more, because that'll let me position to hit the brittle spot.
Yeah, that's the direction. Hope that we get enough damage draw. Well,
We can't play that anyways. We got 1 basic shot. I guess the overdrive wouldn't have helped anyways, so I can at least take solace in that. If I faint, I'll get a docket drum, but I won't be lined up with the brittle spot anymore. And I'd rather hit the shield or the evade, probably. Dip shot for next turn. Oh, that'll do the trick.
seems that way. Bye-bye.
A little bit long for a Ratso fight, but fracture detection was not favorable for us. I like defensive mode. That's usually pretty good value.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's everybody's favorite. Okay, so if I move over 1 and overpower, hit 2 basic shots, I can do 6 damage and also stun the missile. That seems like a pretty solid play. Hey Shaka. I mean, I love the design of rail cannon, it is just annoying to fight. But I also I like the fact that there is an enemy that heavily limits how much you can lean on evade, because evade is otherwise pretty great for this game. So it's nice that it forces a little bit more. I have no evade and all my cards move right, I'm soft locked. Yeah, that does happen from time to time. You do actually have to think about what you're doing before you do that.
Well, you can stun with.
Yeah, no, I think overpower both basics to stun, or I could play Peri and hope for an attack.
Alright, let's draw Peri.
Yeah,
I mean, a
okay, that
multi-shot's
works out.
fine.
That's good value.
Oh,
He sure did. I think I'll actually play the pulse barrier in favor now that I have all this extra attack anyways. Just to give myself a little extra safety margin. Although if I had played the basic shot, I could have ended that round turn 1. That would have been smart. Oh well. Hopefully it was worth it. Maybe it wasn't. We'll see. Defensive mode lunge will end the first phase for us here. And I guess we can then play books and see what we get.
Sure.
as well, right? Glimmer Shot is normally pretty nice. It wouldn't help us a ton right away, but it might get around to the second shuffle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Sapphire Shield is just, you know, a free bit of extra block.
I think. Artemis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sapphire Shield is probably the better play.
I don't think it'll matter a ton either way.
Good to have something unique.
Well, it's a good thing we're in for some attack damage here, seeing as we are nearing that full shield point. Hey, there it is. Wait, no, because if we end it this phase with full shield, we'll take damage at the start of next turn. Crap. Yeah, I should not have taken that Sapphire Shield. That screwed me over. Well, never been a better time for Endless Magazine, I guess. Or Converter, for that matter. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Although you can convert it surge.
Right, that would mean I couldn't play Endless, but it would give me a lot of evade. Probably worth not having to worry about the full shield anymore.
I mean, alternatively.
No, it's start of the next turn.
So we had a way to knock the shaker. It's still like using
Yeah. I think we'll get more value out of Converter and Shield Surge here. There's a lot of evade. I guess Meteor would sort of help here. So if I move one to the right and then feint. Oh, whoops, I forgot that Meteor moves and then puts the geode out. That was a mistake. I meant to actually block an attack with that. Well, that was a waste. I'm paying all kinds of attention right now. Well, I think the only way I can avoid taking damage here then is just to go to the right. Well, that was a little messy, but could be worse.
Yeah, look. Coral and another Peri.
I think we take a second Peri here.
Uh-huh.
Gives me much better odds.
Mode, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, crosslink.
Crosslink, yep, okay. No thought there.
Well, we have 2 repair yards here, so we may as well use the first of them. Then it's just a question of, do we go for Cleo right away, or do we wait till the end of Zone 3?
Yeah. How many cards do we have in the deck at the moment?
I think like 20.
21. Okay, yeah. Roughly 10% of them are Peri.
I could remove a card and make it 20.
Suggest it. Yeah.
That would give me pretty good odds.
4 turns. Yeah, honestly. Like, get rid of the basic shot. Yes, I have seen it. Are you sure? Oh, okay, bye. Or such like that. That wasn't exact, but yeah.
Needed to replace it for the Cleo mod. Yeah, that's fair. I'm sure doing the dialogue for that was fun.
Yep. But why? It's free. Lorp.
Yeah, I wonder where the brittle spot is.
I wonder.
Got a very unhelpful ship shuffle here, though. I guess it's a good turn to play Endless Magazine and just get out of the way. Oh, I should have played that chip shot so that I picked up Takadrum one more. Whoops. Oh well. Yeah, I heavily agree, Ash. The dialogue in this game is wonderful.
It sure is.
Just the attention to detail and the level at which there is so many different dialogue options for different situations. It's really great. I guess I could bring Cat back here and just stay put. think lunging is probably the better option, though.
Yeah.
It procs both crosslink and Daka a little further, so it does help. I don't have any evade, but I don't need it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Front loaded is okay. Fumes are a pretty big downside. Table flip could be interesting.
Yeah.
Now that I have both feint and lunge, it's a little more attractive.
Yeah.
Scoot could help a good bit with Cleo.
Especially upgraded.
Well, I'm not gonna upgrade any of these if
yeah,
I do
okay,
Cleo
if
right
you're doing that,
away.
so too.
Yeah. Would table flip or scoot help more?
So table flip, you would have to draw and play before the other two were useful.
That's true.
Scoot
yeah, scoot is
almost
useful pretty much right away. Yeah. 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 I don't have a great solution for evade still, so I think this is still going to be pretty rough. Unless I get lucky with drawing Peri early on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential for this to go wrong.
Have to play it.
Yeah, I guess. Not a great artifact pool. But I do at least have Stun Calibrator and I have Fracture Detection, so there's like a 1 in 3 chance it's the cockpit.
Yep.
What could possibly go wrong?
Where do you? Oh.
Are we going for it?
Sure.
I mean, with a no-skip, we're giving up a little bit less in terms of repair yards in Zone 3 because we've got a bigger deck anyway, so the card upgrades aren't going to matter as much.
Well, let's hope for the best with the cockpit, I think.
Sure. Hopefully this isn't a massive mistake. Did not draw Peri. Did not draw much of anything useful other than potentially books here. Save me books? Converter, I guess, is probably still more useful than the shield. Ugh, gosh. I guess a crystal shard would draw one more. Dunkel showing up in chat specifically to say that crystal shard was clutch in her run. Gosh, yeah. Mage Hand would give me 1 block, which would equate to 1 more movement with Converter. So that does seem alright. I guess even regardless of whether I take Mage Hand or Unpolished, I have 3 energy left, so I can stun with the 2 basic shots. But I also have 3 energy left, so if I happen to draw Peri with the Unpolished Crystal, I could actually still play it.
True.
Low chance, but it is possible.
Yeah. Give it a try.
This is gonna hurt regardless, because I'm not gonna get lethal this turn. I don't have any good way to really get out of the way.
Unless it is the biggest.
Oh, true, yeah. We're going for it. It's Pulse Barrier. That is less than ideal. But it's one more card out of the way for the next draw, so it still could end up helping in the long run. So the most evade we could possibly get at this point is 4. So either way, we're not going to be able to get our weak spots out of dodge. If I play Converter, that gets me 3 evade. I could stun this 6 damage one. That would still be 15, which would still be lethal. Shit. Yeah, I might not be able to survive this.
You would have to do 2 basic shots and
well, that would be more damage. That would be 16.
well,
Wait, no. Okay, so sorry, I'm just thinking. Yeah, no, yeah, that would 2 basic shots and moving to the right would let me survive with 1 hull. 2 hull, I guess, if I use Pulse Barrier.
yeah. Well, you wouldn't be able to.
Sure, it would. 2 basic shots and moving to the right without playing Converter.
Without playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2 basic shots and staying put would be 16. 2 basic shots and moving to the right would be also 16. So why would I bother moving? Yeah. So yeah, this might actually be a turn where it makes more sense to stay put and save my evade. I guess we'll try it. I mean, worst case, we can restart this fight and not take the crystal shard. Oh, I miscounted. What did I do wrong there? I guess we can't retry. I was not fast enough with that. Should have double checked that before I pressed end turn there. What did I miscount? I'm gonna have to go back and look at that.
Oh. You had 13 hull and 3 shield, didn't you?
I think so, yeah.
That's 16. That's the amount of damage you took.
Oh. Yeah, huh. I guess I just completely miscounted. Neat. That's the run, I suppose. That's rough. I guess we could try speedrunning our way back through to where we were at.
Sure.
I feel kind of bad just like ending halfway through. It wasn't a bad run or anything. I just got overly ambitious with things. And as usual, did not draw Peri in first turn. This might take me a while, but we'll try and go a little faster.
Gamma rare is inverted.
Interesting. I think taking Temporal Anomaly was still pretty good. I think taking the upper route here was still pretty good.
Yep.
So Inverter is the one that gives us Overdrive for shield.
Yeah.
That's also pretty good. Removing basic block would be nice though.
I still think that that might be the best play.
Or we remove a basic shot. I mean, if anything, my deck hasn't been... It wasn't defensive enough in a couple of spots, and I
Also true.
suffered for it. So maybe we remove a basic shot before we remove basic block.
Yeah, we're not really using them. Like, even in early game, relying on Temporal Anomaly. Yeah, try that. This was Temporal Anomaly.
Yeah, that's what I did last time, I think.
I think that was still good because that was perfect lethal in one turn. Couple fights.
It is pretty... It was A, not B, but
A?
yeah. It's pretty good damage out of it. Yeah, I chose to go with A to not have the additional cat penalty. Although the card draw is pretty great. But that would basically mean, like, accepting that I'm not gonna use cat after that, which right now cat is like half my deck, so...
Yeah, but you're usually using damage.
Not always, though. I'm usually using it whenever I draw it, and if I draw it turn 1, then I'm still not gonna pass up the chance to use it. So... I think I still like A better, it's a little more consistent. Summon control is one interesting option, yeah. I believe with Is Missing, if you play a card that exhausts, it just exhausts the card, yeah. Wait, I just did it again. God damn it, I wasn't thinking. I had turn 1 lethal, and I ignored it, again. I made the same mistake twice. It's not worth it for one turn. It's fine. I'm just annoyed at myself. That's what I get for speedrunning. Speed making the same mistakes.
Well...
Oh wait, no, the books EXE saved me last time. It's fine. It's fine. This is about how my short-term memory is right now. Don't mind me. I took Overpower last time. I don't know that I actually was getting that much value out of it.
Very rarely played it, plus you get another one later.
Did I?
You had... Wait, no.
No,
Sorry,
I got them from
playing
EXEs, yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know how helpful a max EXE would really be, though, compared to the Overpower. Overpower might still be the better take.
Well, it's the one you know.
Yeah.
I still took Stun Cal.
Stun Cal was pretty good to have, yeah. We can get Daka later anyways.
Yep, real soon. We never did find it on this, did we?
I don't think we did, but we also didn't really need to.
Yeah, that's also fair. Yeah, do it up.
Okay. I must be thinking of a different one. Fortunately, don't quite have lethal. wasn't super useful immediately. It worked okay later on. I don't know. I was really hoping that the whole converter prototype 22 synergy would work better for me than it ended up working.
Yeah, likewise. Maybe a stun shot, because that would guarantee if you threw it and played it on your first action,
I could get
then
2
your
stuns.
second
yeah.
action would also stun.
Yeah. Otherwise, another Isaac wouldn't be the worst thing. Not the most aggressively useful thing, but...
Just don't find Isaac.exe all that. If you don't have Isaac in your...
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's good for mid-row for blocking, but it's not, like, fully consistent with that, because you don't know for sure that you're going to draw something that can go in mid-row.
Yeah. Try stun shot. Although you did use converter a fair bit later. I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't have much other good source of evade in this deck. Stun shot does make sense knowing that I'm gonna get photon condenser as well, because then it would do damage.
Yeah. Sure. Let's try it.
Hopefully I don't regret that. Recalibrator would have saved me the damage that I ended up taking on Drake, was it? There was one. Where I just got a bad shuffle and had all attacks and none of them were lined up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's where you couldn't move back to the left.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean...
But Daka is still pretty good extra damage.
We'll probably get offered it again.
Maybe.
I don't know. I just keep... I don't know.
Now it's extra lethal. I did, yeah. Did we find Brittle? I know it wasn't the center cannon.
It wasn't. I think it's the cockpit.
Was it?
That's just...
I thought we hit the cockpit and it wasn't that, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Might be this 3 cannon. Yeah, that sounds right.
I'll give it a try. Why not?
Yeah, because I could block shot temporal to
Yep.
hit it for pretty good damage. And just get out of the way.
But even overpowered.
Not if I want to attack twice and use temporal.
Yeah. Also not mapping. actually, yeah, multi-shot, because then you'll know without having to spend the temporal.
Okay, so it's either the cockpit or the right cannon. I think I'm still gonna stay where I'm at and spend the temporal just to do the damage with it. I suppose. But that would leave me without evade next turn.
But if it were, that would be lethal.
I suppose, yeah. You're right. It's worth continuing to gamble. Okay.
Nice.
Here's our first Peri.
And a Riggs.
So knowing that there's a second Peri, it's almost tempting to take the Riggs, but also knowing how badly we're gonna be screwed on Cleo if we don't have a good attack strategy, I don't know. Then again, like, I really did not have much going for movement. So Riggs could be pretty useful here.
I kind of feel like Riggs is the better than get a second Peri drop.
Yeah, and I used Peri like maybe once outside of getting ready for Cleo, so it really isn't like a helpful card to have until that point.
Cool. Let's piss everybody off and go with Riggs.
This might be a really bad idea, but you know, it might help. I might get card draw, who knows? Still like Photon Condenser here. Standby would have been helpful once or twice, but like only once or twice, whereas Photon was consistently helpful, so.
Yeah.
Especially now that we have a stun shot.
Which, didn't we take Standby later anyway?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So this is where I upgraded Block Shot because we had Converter, but now that we don't have Converter, and quite possibly aren't taking Prototype 22 anyways.
Stun Shot A is... No, it's not.
No, it's
What
just
the
more
heck?
damage.
What am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Stun Charge, probably.
Izzy, I love you, but...
So right now we could go... I don't think upgrading Block Shot makes as much sense anymore.
That's fair.
Multi-shot A or B are both decent. We could go Riggs EXE B to get more options. We could just remove another basic shot.
Overpower A makes it 1.
Yeah. Which is nice.
Which could actually be good.
More often, yeah.
At least, yeah.
I kinda like removing a basic just to keep the deck as small as possible so that we do have a better chance at Cleo.
Yeah, no, that's a solid option.
Yeah. Kill or be killed. Do we remove basic block here, I think? That might be better, or do we just remove a basic shot?
I think basic block is still safe.
Yeah. Now that we have multiple options for stun, especially, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, actually, the other thing we could try doing here... Well, no, we don't have Converter, so upgrading to basic Dodge B would be very risky. I don't like that as much.
Let's give it a block.
Yeah. And Shiny makes a very good point about having summon control with the Riggs EXE being potentially quite useful here.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I think I learned my lesson last time about being way too insistent on trying to move left. have to exhaust an EXE to get Cat back here, which I don't really want to do. I guess, yeah. I don't think I even want to play any of those right now. I think Overpower Stun Shot is fine.
Yeah, fair.
Not that there's much to stun, but...
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess if you moved to the left and stunned, you wouldn't take any damage.
Right, but I might as well move to the right for the same thing, I guess. Like,
yeah, but I mean... don't want to do... I don't know. Like... Basic breaks overpowered.
still doesn't give me any options for blocking that last bit of damage.
Oh yeah, it does.
But
So if you basic dodged, then multi-shot, you would not take any damage.
oh, duh. I was thinking lunge for whatever reason wasn't factoring then that I could just fit into that gap. You are, of course, correct. Play the EXE first and see if we get overdrive.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
front
but
loaded
front-loaded
though.
would be fun.
It's probably worth the damage.
I think so. Because you're not going to cycle the whole deck.
Well, it adds them to the draw pile.
Oh, yeah, whatever. It's fine.
Oh,
look.
well, okay.
It is
It's
especially fine. We're done.
absolutely worth
GG.
it. Lucky us.
Shay's like, okay.
So here's where we took Endless Magazine. Knowing that we have Prototype 22, Shield Gun is an interesting option.
I really love Shield Gun. Can I see the upgrades for it one more time? Yeah, okay, so A just gives you an extra shield. I love that.
Yeah, it's still only going to be like 4 or 5 damage for 2 cost, which Temporal Anomaly handily outdoes.
However, that also, should you choose to upgrade it, gives you a shield when you play it.
I guess. I think that Endless Magazine is probably still better value, even though we weren't playing it super consistently. I mean, even with Photon Condenser, Shield Gun is only going to be doing at most 6 damage for 2 cost. And Temporal Anomaly gives me 7 for 2 cost. Granted, there's, you know, the, oh, I have to play a 3rd card, but like, to get Cat back, but half the time I don't even have to do that. Either because it's lethal or because I can just ignore Cat for the rest of the combat.
Plus, Endless Magazine is going to help get the Docket Drum.
Docket
going.
Drum, yeah.
Sure, do that. We know why.
It's good synergy. So really the question here is, do I take Summon Control, which...
I kind of think it might
Summon-
be fun.
Summon Control with Riggs EXE could be really useful here, yeah.
Even some books cards are nice to have.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
And it gives me the option, like, that's not impacted by no skip, so I don't have to use it. So, I think it does give me a lot of extra control over the deck.
Yep, let's give it a try.
Alright, we are hitting another ad break here. Thankfully, we were able to zip through Zone 1 in like half the time. So we're well on our way to catching up to where we were. We're gonna get up, get water, stretch, all that good stuff, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Alright. Let's get back through Zone 2, shall we? Hope you all had a pleasant break. Got some good stretching and hydrating in. If not, consider taking some time to do that. It's good for you.
I was waiting for something to hinge.
Why?
Oh.
Since when am I ever unhinged? Let's see what we get out of rigs here.
Hell yeah. Hey!
Whiplash, okay.
Selective memory, though?
Oh, yeah, true. Because summon
the
control.
Perfect
Yep.
setup?
Yep.
Yeah.
Off to a good start, yeah.
You could just pull the shot.
It's unfortunate because I would have liked to take Whiplash there, because if I played Temporal into Whiplash it would stun. But
True. But the value.
yeah, the value is pretty great. And I guess if I Shield Surge I can just block here anyways.
Fair enough. I don't remember where the value was.
I don't either, yeah. Damn it. Just had to go targeting the left side there. Stop that.
Selective. Nothing useful.
Dang it, books. I guess Peri might have
Faint.
faint, that's the one, yeah. No.
Pretty multi-shot.
I mean, Flex will at least give me enough block. But it's probably better to just dodge out of the way.
I thought Flux had to hit. No, I guess it doesn't.
No, it's just whenever you attack.
Okay.
Or wait, no, because I'll get another chip shot. So yeah, if I flex and chip shot, that'll give me the block I need. And then I can still hit the basic dodge for next turn. Oh, finally. Gone.
Well,
Ah, you want a chip shot? I think this is where we took Pulse Barrier before. Honestly, we have more EXEs now, so a quick fix wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
Faint was pretty helpful, but we took that later on, so we're probably still going to want to take that later on, maybe. I guess having selective memory makes quick fix maybe a little more useful because we can always grab it on a turn where we have EXEs.
Yeah.
Wait, did I go the wrong way there? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, it's new.
And that's the cost.
Yep. So we have the same conundrum on turn 1 that we did last time. Except here we also just don't have anything great to whack him with. I mean, I guess overpower block shot would still be a lot of damage. So, do we think rigs or books is more likely to give me an evade? Probably rigs.
Probably rigs.
Ha.
Well.
Ha. Ha 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 ha.
Or a card draw, but for that evade that we don't use in the deck. Anyway.
Yeah, I think moving and stunning is probably worth it here.
Yeah. But you do a very powerful. Free stuff.
Do I just go for the block shot, or do I go
I
for
think
Peri?
so.
I guess if I got a multi-shot, I could do 6 instead of 4, but that's not great chances of that happening, so... Just do the attack that I know I have. It's good damage.
Oh, we can lunge in multi-shot and basic shot. Love it.
Do we keep the draw shot, or do we not keep the draw shot? I'm thinking we keep the deck small.
I agree with that.
Not that draw shot is a bad card, but it's not a great card. Have to take a card here. We could take a second books, we could take a second stun shot, or we could just grab a dizzy EXE.
I think stun shot is actually kind of a good play.
I don't know. I like books EXE, and having 2 of them does mean that you can get higher shard counts.
Well, plus now that we have some control, the EXEs are more.
That's true.
Yeah, let's go that way. Well, hey. We can just stun it right away.
That is true. Want to play another rigs just to see what we get. Bolt and Whiplash, okay. I think we take Endless Magazine here. It's turn 1 and
Yeah, makes sense.
known good damage quantity. Especially if I get an overpower going. Which I have selective memory now, so I can definitely do that. or I just play the EXE and see what we get.
Overpower for cost 1.
Well, it's still an effective 2 cost because of the... Yeah.
That was the next comment.
Well, then again, if I drew it, I could selective memory to grab quick fix,
Fix
and
to
then
make
it
it-
would be a cost of 1. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Or
Oh.
you could just get Escalade.
Or extra battery. Extra battery would let me play the overpower and then play all of these attacks.
Yeah, do it, actually.
Plus it would be 1 more card for getting more chip shots.
Sure. Do it. 11. Extra battery isn't worst.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's worth at least considering.
I never saw that as a card option.
We did not see any extra batteries yet, no.
So
This is the first that's come out.
that's actually a solid choice.
I mean, I haven't been super energy limited, but I also haven't been, like, running out of cards to play.
If we end up getting any busy artifact options that incentivize having more than one, or having one or more energy at the end of the turn, that would be good.
You're thinking of Ion Converter? That's not a Dizzy artifact, but
No, I thought it was.
no, it's just a general
Just
one.
a ship artifact, or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Still, I mean,
Yeah, there are some artifacts for that. I don't think that's, like, worth banking on its own.
no.
I feel like it might still be more useful to have less cards in the deck
Sure.
versus having the extra energy, but it is, I don't know, batteries are pretty good.
It pays for itself.
If you have the card draw to back it up.
I think we could make that.
Okay. This is where we took Feint last time. But since we have Summon Control, we could take Wave Charge and do the Wave Beam silliness again.
Wouldn't be the worst idea. And especially with selective memory, we can make that a little more potent.
I suppose.
Get rid of wave charge after enough wave beam.
On the other hand, I do like having Feint as a defensive option. We're still a little bit limited on our movement. Like, we maybe get something from books or from Riggs EXE, but otherwise we just have basic dodge and lunge. I don't know. It is kind of expensive. Wave charge, I mean.
We know Feint is good value.
We do want to go down here for
Yes.
Retzo. I guess if I had done an honorable duel last time, I could have finished early since I didn't end up hitting these weak points anyways.
True.
Let's just go for that. Of course, this time I get lunge right out of the gate, so there is that.
Hand cannon. Lunge hand cannon. Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, that would only be like 6 damage because there's only 3 cards left at that point.
I get that, but it's still a solid attack.
I guess. We were offered a max.exe earlier, so there is theoretically a MathMax hand cannon build that you could do with this seed.
I guess.
So we could do 8 damage if we did lunge hand cannon. That would leave me with 1 energy. And an angry rat.
Let's influx this.
Yeah, heck.
Alright, I guess.
You know, you're not wrong. That is kinda sorta what we did just do.
Already extra battery could allow you to play everything.
Yep.
That you
Can't quite get over to the brittle spot. I can't do lethal here. So if I basic shot, move over 1 temporal. Yeah, I guess if I leave cat deactivated for next turn, I can still make this happen. I don't think it's enough value to take.
but we could upgrade.
I still don't think it's enough value to take. It's a cool card. We don't have much card draw. I still like defensive mode.
Yep.
And we have our old friend Rail Cannon.
Now, didn't you want to do something different about phase 1? You wanted,
Well, it was just based on the
basic shot.
the draws that I had, yeah, which I don't, different deck now, so different shuffle.
Quick fix and books.
That I do. Not that it matters, apparently. I guess Meteor could be useful for blocking that attack. Otherwise it would just be play unpolished and see what I get, but... could have done that more efficiently, but whatever. Okay, question here is, I could use selective and feint to get cat back and keep a shield, or I could do overpower and keep one overdrive for next turn. I think probably selective feint is the better, or selective shield surge rather. No reason to feint here. Okay, think twice is decent here. Or prepare, really. Sure. Go for a second battery, think twice, have a 5 energy, 5 cards, seems good.
I love that. Yep.
And a chip shot, of course. Okay, we've got endless magazine, we've got basic shot, stun shot. Go for books EXE, we don't have any movement. Let's see if books gives us a glimmer shot or something tasty like that.
Sure.
Mage hand is okay.
Yeah.
Still 1 damage short. Guess I could see if Isaac gives me a mine or an attack drone. Oh, missile shot will do. Missile will do the lethal, so I can just play endless mag. Beautiful.
Okay.
Think twice is a good one to keep.
Yeah. That's good. I get it. Peri! Alright.
Yeah, let's grab that Peri since we don't otherwise have one.
Yep.
It is important to have at least the one. Standby again, yep. Crosslink again, yep.
So think twice. Think twice will, if you upgrade it, give you a
yeah, I suppose. Think twice A draws more. Alternatively, selective memory B would be effective if we happen to late draw Peri and need to grab it from discard or something. Or we could simply get rid of another basic and slightly improve my chances of drawing the cards I actually want.
What is the deck size again? Is that still at 21 or is it 20?
23, because we took a couple summon controls.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, like...
Yeah, I think having more card draws, the better. Like,
Me too.
either we
Twice
do
A.
think twice, or we remove a basic shot.
I think twice A.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
That thing.
Yep. Lorpin. Oh, I should have used the chip shot. I always forget to do that. Hell yeah. I was a little quick to play that. I should have played an EXE first. Oops. I guess I still have the energy. Darn. Okay. I was hoping to get a attack of some sort. Oh boy, Abyssal Visions.
Yeah, right. I really do like
It's okay.
it. It is useful for getting the hell out of the way.
Yeah. Space Mine wouldn't hurt either.
For that.
I don't know if I take Fleetfoot or nothing. I'm thinking either we take Fleetfoot or we take nothing. Because we do already have... Our deck is, you know, not small, so...
I do think that Fleetfoot is solid.
It's not bad, but... I don't know if it's worth it. Gambling, I guess. We took Scoot last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we even drew it. Maybe we take table flip now that we have Fleetfoot instead. Because Fleetfoot moves us almost as far as Scoot. And is more flexible anyways. Doesn't really matter there, yeah. Okay, so the real question is, do we just go for Cleo again? Which we've kind of been building up to, so it might be worth it, or we could try and stall and get more card draw first. Dies again, indeed. I do think I would just call it a night at that point if things went down that way.
Yeah. Yeah. At the very least, I would be suspiciously absent. Because I am...
Yeah. We had a long weekend full of adventures. I think we go for it. I think we're ripping the band-aid indeed. Like,
do it.
What? Yeah, no, we built toward it. We've got a slightly different deck composition, but we still have 2 cards that would effectively be Peri, so. And we have more card draw this time.
Yeah.
And more evasion. I think we're a little bit better equipped.
Right.
Yeah, Daka and Crosslink are both decently far along. I will be more careful with my math this time.
Very opening. Called it. Alright, line up with the middle. Shoot.
And selective memory. I drew both of them as my literal first 2 cards.
Yeah.
You can't make this shit up.
Middle. Yep.
It's not middle.
Well, it wasn't middle this time. Alright,
Well,
we
maybe,
need to do 8 damage.
Maybe I should not have used my movement on that.
It's fine.
I've got 1 energy left. I don't think I can do 8 damage. Oh wait, no, I can grab an extra battery, but
no,
that
we
won't...
can grab Temporal?
I could grab Temporal, but I wouldn't be able to play it. Yeah, I think we restart. I could grab Think twice and hope that I get an extra battery and an attack.
Sure, why not? Let's see what you draw.
Yeah, I feel like that's the only chance I would have at this. Yeah.
Sure, do it.
We'll gamble for fun.
Actually, no. Play Quick Fix first.
Oh, well, of
Think
course,
twice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not that it's gonna matter, but...
In case you play an EXE.
Okay, no battery. I guess there's a chance Books gives me Glimmer Shot, but that would still only do, like, 4 damage. Yeah, I don't think there's any way that we could get out of this now. Okay, we'll restart that real quick, because I definitely could have played that hand fine.
Yeah.
Uno momento. It's always so funny hearing the game start up with music that's not the menu music. Okay, so we have Peri right away. So we can do most of our damage. We still need to survive, though. Having selective memory definitely helps with that. Problem is, we don't have a way to get enough block. Because even if I play multi-shot here, for example, and I stun this 6, we've still got 16 incoming, and I've only got 13 hull. So I think I might need a mid-row. Or something.
What is...
Well, I can't reach either of the wings, and with Cleo it has to either be the cockpit or one of the 2 wings.
Yep.
I mean, there's a chance I could reach maybe this wing if I got Fleetfoot out and did some stuff, but...
Yeah, it does, because that's how the ship spawns in. All of the cannons are supplemented.
Yeah, so because the ship spawns in with only 3 parts, then that's when the fracture detection is rolled. Yeah. So we know none of these cannons are brittle. But it's really hard to get to the wings.
Yeah, you would need 60 evasion.
Thanks, captions.
Alright. I thought I enunciated clearly, but
I did
apparently
too.
not.
That is, yeah. Okay, anyways. Yeah, I mean, I would need another, was it 8 damage or so?
Yeah.
Well, I can just count, yeah, so I would need another 8 damage. Gosh darn it, I drew Peri right away and I'm still screwed. How'd I manage that? Okay, so Crosslink and Daka are both 2 from proccing? Yeah, every 5. So if I play Peri in multi-shot, I will get 1 more evade and a chip shot.
Yes.
That doesn't get me enough damage still, though.
That gets you 40.
If I play... So if I were to play Selective Memory and grab a battery, I play Peri and the battery, I get... Yeah, that still doesn't help.
Well, what about that stun shot? Thought we had one.
We do have a stun shot. The problem is I only have the 4 energy. So if I were to grab stun shot...
Because if you did stun shot, and then moved and played Peri...
Oh, then I would stun too. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, then I would only have 10 damage incoming.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, I mean, like, I could Selective Memory Fleetfoot, and then that would give me Unevade and the Hermes boots. But I wouldn't have any way of getting that 3rd evade in order to get all the way over. Without spending the energy to not be able to play Peri anymore, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that stun shot and then Peri is probably my best bet here.
Yeah, let's give that a go.
I'm gonna take a lot of damage doing it, but I should get to within being able to finish it on turn 2.
We hope, yeah.
We hope, yeah. Yep.
Alright. Oh, plus you'll do 1 damage.
Oh, but Peri does less because we stunned already. Crap.
Well... Yeah, okay, we'll start over.
Well, let's play it out and see, because we're still not going to die here.
It's fine, we only need to do
6 and 4 is 10, and I have 14. So we'll see what turn 2 would look like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can't change the order, but that does suck with losing the 6 damage there.
Yeah.
We'll see how turn 2 would look at least, because this is further than we got before. That's close. I mean, that's 8 already. The Riggs EXE could come in clutch.
Actually, you would want to play that first in case you got
True. No. We got
However,
Fleetfoot and Scramble. Okay, well, so with a Fleetfoot and a basic dodge, we could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 get over and test that wing.
You also have table flip that you can flip to give you, but that's like,
Yeah.
well, let's give it a try. Oop.
Nope,
It's the
okay.
right wing.
Okay, time to start the fight over again. We got further. This is closer than we were. One more round.
So with that in mind, seeing as we know it's the right wing.
Yeah, is there a way we can... I don't think there's any way we can get over there this turn with Peri is the problem. Unless there's a way I can proc Docket from... so that I can proc crosslink. Yeah, no, I still need 2 attacks for that. Yeah, I just don't think there's a way I could make that happen. Fleetfoot gives me the Hermes and 1 evade, but I would need 1 more evade on top of that.
Well, if you're willing to take damage, or willing to take more damage, question mark, I mean, you could just parry multi-shot and sit. And that would get you...
I would die.
Oh yeah, you had the same problem as last time. Okay. Yeah.
Selective memory Peri EXE? Why would that help?
Try to get another parry.
Well, I wouldn't have the energy to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have selective memory. I could just grab each EXE and see what it would give me and then restart again. Just so darn close. It's frustrating that I got quick fix and endless magazine here. Because if I had like... even if I just had like overdrive, right? Like I could get, what, 6 extra damage out of that? That would be exact lethal. Because
So
like if one of this was overdrive and I could selective memory a battery and play it, that would be exact lethal. But could be a Peri. Oh, I do have quick fix. Yeah, that's fair.
So that would make it 1 cost.
Yeah, so it would be 1 cost to play the EXE and then another cost to play the Peri.
So,
But then I would have 2 energy left and I could selective memory a battery to play the second Peri. Or wait, no, I couldn't because I have to, yeah. So I wouldn't have the energy even if I did get a second Peri. quick fix would only impact the one card by 1 energy.
So I mean, like, oh, if only temporal anomaly did 1 more damage. Selected memory rates.exe to see if
I don't see how that would help. Oh, that's true. I do have Dakadrum.
I suppose if you selected memory, an extra battery,
Yeah.
Actually,
Oh, your levels look kind of low.
so
Oops, sorry. I bumped the keyboard. We are still here. We're not going anywhere.
Dakadrum does how much damage?
Dakadrum gives you a chip shot, which does 1 damage nominally.
Right, yeah, okay. So, I'm gonna get us up to... It's not gonna matter, though, because we don't have enough block to hull and shield to get
So,
past
selective memory Peri EXE, if that got me a multi-blast, and then quick fix to make it free to play, that would be enough, right? That would be... No, it wouldn't. Never mind. No, because that would still only be 4. Dang, yeah. This is, like, infuriatingly close. Would I survive? Because I'd only be stunning 1 thing. I guess I'd have crosslinks, so I'd be able to move 2 to the right, and then it'd be blank, blank, 5, 4, 3, plus 2, so that's 14. That would still kill me. So I would not survive. That would be exactly enough to kill me because of those weak spots.
Alright, whatever. Try an EXE. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, I just don't see this being likely to work. Well, Scoot.
Alternatively, Flux would have been interesting because it would have given you shield every attack that
Yeah, but only this turn.
right?
So I would only get 2 temp shield if I played Peri, or 3 if I played multi-shot. I think Scoot's still better value. What? Oh, to stun, yeah. That would have been smart.
Well, you can still stun this.
Yeah.
Now you can't play Peri.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to anyway. I was just gonna move over and see what it would look like over here. So that would be 9 damage. But yeah, my Peri is buried if I don't play it on turn 1, so
Yeah.
that kind of puts me out of luck. There's no way I can cycle the deck before turn 3.
Well, think twice would help, but
Yeah, but even with Think Twice, that's not gonna happen.
it's 7 turns. Alright. Try a different EXE.
I'm just trying to think of how else this could work. It's frustrating because it feels like so close to being viable. Like there's so many little like, oh, if just this one thing were different. Isaac for Jupiter. Honestly, it's possible. If nothing else, he could block another attack.
Sure. Why the hell not? YOLO! Do it.
Nope.
Get some card draw. That's not helpful.
Echo and draw shot.
I
Yeah.
don't have enough energy.
Okay. Starting that over again. We can just keep doing this and see what we get.
Thanks, Steve. Except Isaac.
We don't have a Dizzy EXE actually. What's that?
We have Riggs. Riggs and Isaac.
And 2 books EXEs.
By the other books. Oh, we have a Peri.
I'm assuming Riggs will give me the same cards it just gave me. But let's test that. No, it does give me different ones. Okay.
Wait, what?
Still Fleetfoot Scramble. Well, it gave me different cards last time because Isaac drew it with Solar Breeze.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, it's a Q. Okay. So we've seen Peri, Isaac, and Riggs. I guess just the books to check, and we'll do second books and see what kind of mojo we get. Ah, Bloodstone Bolt. That's real helpful. Not. I guess Block Evolution at least gives me a bunch of shield. But now I can't stun if I want to play Peri, so... I don't know that that helped us much. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the EXEs would have different RNG or not. I guess we'll find out.
But now we can look.
Yeah, I would assume it's the same because it is the same EXE even though it's a different individual card, yeah. I just don't see any way that this works. I guess I didn't try. I don't remember what exactly Think Twice gave me. So I could look more closely at that. I just recall that it didn't give me the extra battery. Yeah, we get basic dodge, we get books and rigs, temporal, but that's me discarding my Peri, so it's not really helping any. I guess the only notable difference here is because I could play both of these EXEs, I'll get a different thing off of books if I play it second as compared to first. So if I hit a Fleetfoot off rigs and then hit books, we'll get something else. Which in this hand, in this case, is not much better. We get Old Reliable, which I could use to block an attack, so there's that at least. And I suppose we also got Stun Shot. Oh, whoops, I should have stunned that 4. So if I had stunned the 4 there, I would be taking 7, 8, yeah. 8, I would be taking 8. As it is, I'm taking 9. Which I want to say is what I took with the stun shot first version things. What?
It was also 9 because it ate you the shield and it was the 5 and 5. Was it? No.
But this doesn't exactly put me in a much better place. Peri is still in my discard pile and there's no way for me to get it back. I don't know, I think we might be cooked. Full scoot, hit Peri, hit chip, lived, yeah. Yeah, let's go back to that scoot attempt and see how that might work out. Yes. Oh, this is frustrating. Yeah, so the scoot thing was, I used selective memory to get the Peri EXE. That gives me scoot. Do scoot to get over. Or wait, did I want to stun first? Or I didn't stun at all? Yeah, because if I want to play Peri, I can't stun here, is the problem. And that means that Crosslink and Daka both don't proc. Well, Daka would proc, which would mean Crosslink would proc. Never mind, yeah. Yeah, so I have to scoot and then Peri, and then I get the chip shot, which gets me the evade and the stun. Yeah. This has me... I guess I still want to move one more, because I'm dropping 5 and only picking up 1. Yeah. That's 2 plus 3 is 5, is, yeah, so still 9 damage. And Cleo's left with 7. Wow, okay. I guess that's like the one way that that works. I should have...
I think we can skip those.
Kept messing with the EXE there. Okay, well, I snoozed an ad break twice in there. We're going to go ahead and take that ad break now that we can get to the good music. But yeah, now time to steamroll through Zone 3.
Anyway, that was the Zone 2 boss. I love that.
Yeah.
Hi, Mecha Rigs.
We got Mecha Rigs. Fun. Alrighty, we will be right back. We'll see you in a few minutes. Enjoy the tunes.
Up the fence, let's go.
Okay. We're back. Hopefully you're also back. Summon controlling a Jupiter sounds very nice. Ooh, I have a stun shot here. No, I still don't think I could position things right to be able to stun both the cannon and the missile. Wait, maybe I don't need to. Yeah, if I fleet foot to the left, stun the missile, and then use my evade to go back right, and then lunge. Oh, but then the lunge would take me into the other cannon, because I would have the Hermes.
So you wouldn't have to use the evade to move back. Just use the launch back.
Oh, right, yeah, duh, because it would move me 3 at that point, yeah. I need to... the undo thing in modded is ruining me in some ways, because I start doing things without thinking through them. I shouldn't have bothered with stun shot there. Would have been better to spend the energy on multi-shot. I also didn't play overpower first and should have done so. In my defense, I'm also tired as fuck right now.
Yep.
I'm still gonna play overpower. Still gonna lunge to avoid the damage here.
Yeah.
Just lost out on a good amount of potential damage. Hi, flip up. You did not miss much other than me making silly mistakes and not doing as much damage as I could have. We got our selective memory. Don't have a whole lot that would make sense to grab with it. Maybe Peri EXE. Let's, I guess, see what Bigs and Books give us first. Draw shot, that could help. Shot. Got 4 energy left. Link's about to proc. Dakadrum is a couple away. Let's just play what we've got. I don't think there's much that would make sense to grab with selective here. Glimmer shot, especially with overdrive. Don't you love that? Like, this is base game. We have collectively hundreds of hours of it in it, and then there's still just random little bits of dialogue that you haven't happened to see that exact edge case scenario. So we need to do 11 damage here for lethal. Peri would be 9. So Peri is there. There's a very good chance I draw it with Think Twice.
Yeah, good.
Let's grab the EXE first. Yeah.
Well, now you won't because there's stuff in it.
Oh, whoops.
But whatever, let's draw it and see what happens.
I mean, I should still probably have enough damage. What do I need? 7? So.
Yeah, let's see if you can do it.
Well, and I've got Dakadrum about the proc as well, so
Right.
that should help. Oh, yeah, temporal. Okay. Glimmer Shot wouldn't be very useful without Shard. Not super duper feeling any of this.
Nope.
Hey look, Hull.
Like Leo never happened. Oh look, another Peri.
It's taunting me.
Peri's in the same seed though.
I guess Corrosion Beam?
I kind of like that card, especially when it's Corrosion Beam A.
I mean, it's a good card,
Not
yeah.
that you can upgrade them anymore.
None of this really matches what I've got going on, but Corrosion Beam is the best of the option, I guess.
Yeah.
Dirty Engines, Hunter Wings, or Prototype 22 again.
Underwings, honestly?
Hunter Wings wouldn't be bad,
'Cause, like,
although it's a little mixed in its usefulness with Shuffle. With Ship Shuffle, I should say. Shuffler, that's the word.
I still think that's probably the best, because you have 5 energy per turn right now.
Yeah, Dirty Engines is not going to help me much at all. It's really just Hunter Wings or Prototype.
Like, that's going to save you on both evade and...
Yeah, yeah. Hunter Wings seems solid,
Yeah.
given my surplus of energy. Six energy, yeah, yeah. If I had more card draw, maybe.
Oh, this is...
Mostly normal Artemis again, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it's not quite, but... the wings are actually where they're supposed to be.
Oh, hello there.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Oh, that's beautiful, actually.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pre-upgraded lunge.
I do like that.
It's extra damage. I mean, that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Ah, all of our elites are right in the same little area.
Alright, well,
But if we go through the middle route and then down, then we don't have to go through the repair yard, so.
yeah, seeing as that is kind of a waste.
Alright, thanks for watching. Hope you get some good sleep.
Take care, Ash.
I should probably also get to bed soon, but I do want to actually finish this now that we've managed to get through the especially difficult part.
Oof.
I am Not loving this hand. I'm thinking of maybe just think twice right away. I guess maybe we defensive mode, but eh.
Well, that's not good.
Diet Cleo indeed. Okay, so we got a bunch of 1 damage attacks. Did get a selective memory, so I could just reach for temporal or overpower. There's only 1 attack, which I can handily stun, so maybe I just reach for overpower. Do 9 damage. Pretty straightforward. Okay, so right side is brittle this time. And of course that jerk would target the right side of my ship on a turn where I don't have any evade. I'm not sure what the equivalent of breaking doors down would be here. I guess I could flex move and that would get me in firing range, but I wouldn't have a solution to block the 4 incoming damage if I only moved 1. Then again, it's only, what, 11 damage I'd have to do? So
11 damage.
I have 11 damage, yeah, so I should flex move here. One door down, 2 more spawn in its place.
Goodbye, Dillion.
No more Dillion. Scoot B. That one has an attack. I guess Scoot B seems alright. Otherwise, button mash is usually okay, but it's kind of expensive. That's impressive. Oh boy, it's Hopper. Well, the corrosion might actually help here. Although, funny enough, with the wing placement, I could just move over one and use hunter wings. Darn it, if only I had a basic instead of a lunge, because Glimmer would be nice here. I guess I could swizzle shift and then lunge, and that would... But then I still wouldn't be able to move over to hit with the other lunge. Yeah, no. I guess I'll just take the Glimmer shot and keep it in the deck, see if it comes in handy another turn. Yeah, that's relatable, Dunkel. That's relatable. Instead of just moving one to the right, I'm gonna lunge and then move back to the left to do one more towards Staka. Since I have the energy to burn anyways. Could go for Fleetfoot, go for an EXE. Don't really have a great hand or a great lineup here. Guess I could just grab Think Twice. Okay, Endless Magazine seems like it would actually be pretty useful here. If I use Fleetfoot and Feint, I can actually get over within range. And since it's going to auto-dodge right and my cannon's on the right, that'll actually work out pretty decently. Then I would only have one more energy to attack, so I wouldn't be able to land a hit anyways. So let's just stall, I guess.
I need to use. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, I am unable to stay awake at this point. However,
we did do that.
But I am going to go to bed a little earlier than the stream will be ending. Good night,
Okay.
everybody.
Bye, Tormod. Everyone say bye, Tormod.
Bye-bye.
Oof, he's gone. Vanished. No more Tormod. Okay. Let's wrap this one up. Yeah, not attacking this turn. Guess we'll see what Book says. Summon control that later if nothing else. That is fair. I hope you sleep well, Flip-Flop. This one has definitely run a lot longer than intended, but hey, we're on the home stretch. Really, I should have played table flip there at the end of that last turn, because Scoot B would be useful if I could go left. Oh well. Mistakes were made. Guess it doesn't matter which of these I take. Well, the missile shot will proc crosslink, so... or will contribute to crosslink. But I can't get far enough over to actually hit, darn it. Yeah, should have played table flip. I guess now I can because of the crosslink. I won't stun anything, and if I do move over there, I'll take damage. That doesn't seem wise. Well, no, I've got 5 energy. 1, 2, 3. Then Scoot would get me back where I started. So actually, I could make that work. Yeah, let's do that. If I overpower, move over, temporal, and Scoot, I should still be fine. Or that'll hit brittle and we'll be done. Alright, take a free crystal shard here, I think. Upgraded Peri, that's nice. Go down for our elites. Duncan, okay. I guess I can play everything since I have the battery here. Yeah, I can see this one being a bit rough. I know the brittle spot's one of the 3 on the main ship, because this is still a weak. Have a good way to attack without putting myself at risk of... Yeah, I guess I would take 4 damage. 3 once it was past the shields, but it's still not worth it. Plunge, Scoot, Peri, none of those really help us here. So I think we go for our think twice. multi-shot. Let's go gambling, shall we? Nope, that is not it. Eh. Oh right, I completely forgot we had adaptive plating. Taking those pre-upgraded cards. Overclock generator is usually pretty nice, but I think cockpit lock-on is probably slightly better value for these last couple fights. I don't know. I guess it does make it that much easier to find the riddle spot, so that on its own is good enough reason. Oh hey, look who it is. I don't know that we'll be able to quick kill this one unless we get rather lucky. Grab a temporal anomaly. Yeah, not seeming like it. Nope. Okay, well-timed fleet foot. like the selective memory because I can summon control that at the end as well. That is aggravatingly close. I guess I shouldn't have gone for the stun there. Oh, a prism. Regenerator seems nice. I don't think energy refund would matter for anything other than Peri. But I'm also not going to use jumper cables much here, so may as well. Ah, Ephemeral Blast. Let's blast him. Ha! Beautiful. Well, that worked out pretty well. Bye, Smith. Okay, we've got Big Shield B, Rev the Engines B. I like Rev B. We have our empty repair yard. Let's get cracking. Okay, we have right side cannon, left side cockpit. And the brittle spot is not in the middle. Barrage is perfect here, actually. We would just stun the entire middle section. I like that. It's tempting to go for lunge for the 6 damage, but I think I might actually be better off playing Endless Magazine since it's still turn 1. But not the worst shot either. There's my temporal A. that's where things start getting a little more tricky. That's true, I can feint in Hunter Wings and be just fine. I think Escalate might be helpful, just because it doesn't exhaust. Because I already used up my overdrive. It wouldn't help me any this turn though. Whereas Multi-Blast I could at least do a couple damage here. I don't know. I think I'll take it. Not likely to matter a huge amount either direction, but... yeah, why not? Hey, look at that. Found the spot. Fleet foot here, it should put me just in the right alignment. Yes. Keep that silly Tide Runner Hunter Wings thing going. Oh, and we're lined up perfectly with the brittle spot. Beautiful. Okay, well. Only took me an hour and 50 minutes. That's a pretty fast run for a daily for me. Wink wink, nudge nudge. Anyways. We did it. We got through there. Just barely squeaked past Uncle's score. GG. 30 turns faster. Wow, that's impressive. Well, you know, it's not really like my usual, because I did actually have to rerun it and use what I learned from the first run, but still, pretty darn solid. I guess getting Cleo early there helped shave some turns off. Didn't change things too much in terms of... I mean, like, I still took a lot of hull damage because I just got such a bad shuffle with Cleo there. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, given all the headache to get through, I'm pretty satisfied with where we ended up. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for tonight for me. I've gotta sleep. I appreciate you all sticking around. I hope you had a good time. I will see you back here on Thursday night for some modded. And until then, I hope you have a great week. Thanks for watching.